have made it to our first hotel for the Trafalgar Capitals of Scandinavia tour. It is called the Phoenix. We just made it to our room, and I'm going to say this hotel is very nice, very luxurious feeling. The rooms they're okay, they're well pointed, but this bathroom is insane. So it's like a hospital bathroom. You have your shower here, your sink here, and your toilet right there. There's no, this is your shower. Interesting. Part of Trafalgar Tours includes Making Travel Matter, where they bring travel and tourism to smaller communities around the larger areas to bring travel and tourism into their economy. Today, we are going to Ammerfeld. Now, Ammerfeld was a wetland, and in the 1500s, the military pumped it out with windmills for a training area. It's as big as 640 football fields. In the 1930s to 1970s, it had become a landfill. Then in the 1990s, the government decided to repurpose some of the local area so that new buildings are being part of that. Then the rest of the area became protected to ensure that green space stayed within the area. In 2016, the growth became so big, politicians wanted to start taking over a corner of the protected area, and the locals did a Danish riot and filled the town square. The local mayor realized he had to do something, so he said that if he got reelected, he would protect the park. Well, he got reelected and kept that promise for 2 years. This time, no election year, and the politicians did what they wanted to do. A small organization was created and went to a court in Copenhagen to see what they could do to stop building on protected land. In July of 2021, they finalized the plans, and the group went back to the courts, and the courts said that if they wanted to sue the state, they would have to have a security, which is proof of funds to pay back the state for money lost during the suit if they lost. That was 2 million Danish kronas, or $260,000 US. The group started a website similar to a GoFundMe page. A local paper realized what was happening and did an article. A bigger paper saw it and then did another one. And then an even bigger one found out about it. And after the website was posted, over 2 million krona was donated. Then a big paper started looking into it. They took the money and went to the courts and said, let's get started. The building stopped for 2 years. Last year in July, the court said that it won't be able to make the final decision. They said that they have to give it to the Supreme Court until they decide what would happen. The city could start building, and that is what you see now. Within the fenced area, a small salamander lived there. Now it's no longer does. From the Mercedes building on the left all the way to the right, all those buildings were built from 2000 to today. The salamander is endangered, and now that it's pretty much gone, they're using that as a reason to stop the building. Now, during World War II, the Germans put landmines in this area, though through the 1990s, they still remained. Trafalgar donates some funds per guest that comes to the park as a way of giving back to the community. So if you're in Copenhagen area, you can come check out this park and see the green space and the awesome view you have of the city from Amafilm. Day 2, let's go see what Denmark has in store for us. So our first stop for the day is the Geffen Fountain. It's right by the harbor. What's funny is there's a cruise ship right over there, and we were right next to it in Reykjavik. So we've kind of been following it around for our European vacation. But anyway, it is 4 oxen and a lady. And the story goes back that the lady wanted some land, and somebody's like, well, whatever you can plow in a day, you can have. And he's like, what's the most she can do? A small amount, right? Well, he didn't know that she was a witch and turned her 4 sons into 4 oxen and was able to plow an entire island. So that's kind of the history behind the 4 oxen and the lady in the carriage. So behind me is a star-shaped citadel called the Castle. So it's a citadel that's located here in Copenhagen, Denmark, and is one of the best preserved fortresses in Northern Europe. It's constructed in the form of a pentagon with bastions at its corners. So a pentagon with bastions in its corners, so it looks like a star. So what do you call a pentagon with 5 corners? A star. So Hans Christian Andersen is from Copenhagen, and he wrote The Little Mermaid. So out here on the water, they have a Little Mermaid statue. It's one of the most photographed statues in the world, and it's also one of the most overrated statues in the world. Right there is the Royal Yacht. It doesn't look fancy, but I was told it is. And just so you know, I'm not the one that said it was the most overrated statue. Our tour operator said that there's actually some magazine that rated it as the most overrated statue or tourist attraction. So you be the judge of it. It is what it is, I guess. What did you think of the Little Mermaid statue?
It's not that impressive. I don't know why we had to stop here.
So if you're coming to Copenhagen on your own, where we were at with that fountain, it's just a short walk, because there's the cruise ship that we were following from Iceland. It's just a short walk right over here to the Little Mermaid. The Citadel is right behind us, and I was told that the Citadel used to have barracks for soldiers, but now the barracks have been turned into quarters for officers, and the Danish Secret Service is also operated in there. And our tour guide for the day said that there appears to be nothing too secret around here because this whole area is open to the public. So, but there's the Citadel right there. So it's a lot of things to do in a very short space. So you got the cruise port there, and there's also one, you can't see it right now, but it's behind those trees on the other side. This is the royal residence area. About 300 years ago, there used to be 4 nobles that would stay in these 4 corners. There was a fire in the palace, so the king kicked them all out. So the queen lives there. When dignitaries, presidents, whatnot come, they live here. That's administrative, and the youngest son of the queen lives there. And the king and his wife and 4 kids live there. Nobody's in because there's no flags over the buildings. There's royal guards out here. They work a 24-hour shift, 4 hours on, 4 hours off, 4 hours on, 4 hours off, and then they're off for 24 hours. Now, just like the British guards, they do wear bearskin hats. The past 370 years, their hats or their uniforms have been the exact same. As you see around here, there are red guard houses. No matter how bad the weather, the guards cannot go in there. But there is a cape in there that they can wear if the weather is inclement enough. So behind me is called the Marble Church. It is the 3rd largest dome in Europe, next to the Basilica in Rome and a church in London. It is a Lutheran church, so it's made out of marble. It's known as the Marble Church. Not sure if you can see it, but really quick, I got a glimpse of the Queen's car coming in. So I tried to get it the best I could, but it's pretty far away. We just finished our 2-hour tour of Copenhagen. We spent about an hour and a half in the bus, driving around and being pointed to various things, which is really cool and informative. Unfortunately, the way the sun is, it was glaring, so I didn't get any video of that. And then we stopped off at a few points that were pretty interesting. Which one did you like the most? Little Mermaid?
Hell no. That was waste of time. I don't know why they will. That was like a tourist stop.
There's a tourist stop. We're on a tour. That's why they took us there.
I don't know why.
Because we're tourists and there's a tourist stop. Yeah, you can hit me, but it's true. That's why we went there.
I just think it was a waste of time.
I didn't ask you which you didn't like. I asked you which one you liked the best.
Maybe the last one.
The Palace?
Yeah.
Why don't you use your big girl words?
Shut up.
Yeah, the Palace was pretty cool, and then the Queen slipped in there right at the end. But we were on the other side of the courtyard when she came in, so I didn't get a very good glimpse of that. But it's a pretty cool country or city.
Very
nice city. Very clean city. 180 degrees different from Amsterdam.
Yes.
So, well, we're gonna get ready to go on our next tour. We're gonna go check out a castle and some other things. So we got pretty much the whole day booked. There's 2 added excursions that we can do, and we're gonna do both of them just to immerse ourselves into Denmark as much as possible. We have made it to our first stop on the North Zealand Riviera and Castle Tour. We have made it to Frederiksborg Palace. So we're going to go check it out and then walk into town for lunch. How cool is that? We're able to see the oldest organ in Europe, 1610, being tuned. This is a ballroom and a large dining room. Now, it's said that there would be like 50 courses of meals served. And what they would do is when everybody's full, they'd bring in feathers. They'd tickle everybody until they threw up. They threw up in bowls, feed it to the hogs, and then bring in the next 25 courses. I don't know about that, but that was what they did then to show how wealthy they were because they could provide so much food. So that concludes our time at Frederiksborg Palace. So out of the Palace of Versailles, Chambron Palace, and this palace, where would you rank this?
2?
2? I was thinking that too. I like it better than the Palace of Versailles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Chambron Palace, Frederiksborg Palace, Palace of Versailles.
Yep.
You heard it here. Now, since we're leaving the castle, we're going to go into Hillerød and have lunch. It's a quaint little town right outside of the palace. Looks really cool. So we have made it to CopenHill. So CopenHill is a world-renowned, world-awarded building. It's actually a power plant with a ski slope on it. So we're going to go check it out. We're going to go up to the roof. I don't think we're going to be able to ski down, but check it out and see. So that chimney right there, it captures 99.9% of any pollutant. So only 0.1% of that air that's coming out has any kind of pollutant in it. They even have a conference room decked out into that chimney. So they insulated it and put it in there. So it's an interesting place for a meeting. So because they don't get much snow here in Copenhagen, they've created this fake material that does the same thing that snow does, and they've actually have Olympic skiers, professional skiers coming here, so it works. But this is like a little practice slope. And then when you're good with that, then you go onto the regular slope, and then you can go up to the big slope. They also have the world's tallest man-made rock climbing wall right there. It takes about 13 minutes to get up to the top. So right here is the bunny slope. Then you get a little bit more advanced, and then all the way up to the top. You can't even see it, but you're gonna have, I think it's a 14-degree drop. So we're about to go up in an elevator and check it out. So there's over 600,000 residents that their trash is brought here and incinerated up to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it provides heat and electricity for around 90,000 properties. So that's pretty cool. There's about 80,000 businesses also contribute their trash to this. Not sure if you can see it behind me, but there's a bridge and it connects you over to Sweden. So it's a clear day, so you can actually see Sweden across the water there. Then you can clearly see the cruise terminal over there, and it's beautiful. Like, you can just see forever. So in this area, there's a lot of things to do. You can see the go-kart track right over there. Over here, they have a line that just goes around in a circle, and you can hold on to it and work on wakeboarding or going jet skiing or water skiing, excuse me. And then you got your lift right here. And as you saw in the video while we were doing this, there's been several people that have been packing up here. One with a suitcase, but most with a bag. I'd have fun here doing this, but it's free. Like, access to this building is free. It's a community building, 491 stairs or 42 flights. You can take the elevator for free. There's a cafe up here. There's a bar up here. There's a playground up here. You got all these real trees and shrubs are growing up here. It does have a little bit of an odor from the trash burning. And then you have like a little heat signatures here and there from the vents, so you can see the steam coming up. They have it blocked. Okay, so we're not going to step on the ski surface. I was reading the sign, but I want to show you what it looks like. And I was told that it's uneven because it's supposed to mimic being on a mountain, and a mountain is not perfectly sloped. So let's check it out. It's like this weird astroturf, but it's very hard. The best way I can describe this is like a very, very thick, stiff bristle brush. It's very hard. I can push on it and it doesn't move. I can go from the side and there's some play on it sideways, so that's probably how come they can use it for skiing. But it's pretty interesting. What do you think of CopenHill?
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I like to have one of these in town just so I can go climb it.
400 and how many steps?
491 steps or 42 flights. Did you see the guy that was wearing a suitcase?
No.
Oh, wait till the video.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, so this guy's climbing it with a suitcase. Big orange one.
I would die just trying to climb without it.
Yes. Well, maybe you are in the suitcase. Maybe the suitcase is empty and he's just trying to score some points.
Either way, I still, yeah.
I don't know. Let's keep on looking. What do you think? That'd be a pretty cool way to water ski. And then they got those little platforms in there. Oh, somebody just wakeboarded over one of them. So they got these little platforms you can jump and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. So they have over 300 electric garbage trucks that come by and pick up trash daily. Their goal was to try and burn 500,000 tons of trash a year, and that would be a very good success. Well, they're at a little over 630,000 tons of trash they're burning a year, so I think they've exceeded their expectations. Another thing that they did, because they want to try and mimic this as much as possible as real mountains, is they made the terrain uneven so that your ankles will always feel like you're actually walking on a mountain. So they wanted this to be a very natural feeling climb, and they did a good job at it because there's a bunch of uneven terrain around here to give it a more realistic feel. It's just no different than a little hiking trail through the mountains, and I think that's what their goal was. Well, that concludes our time at CopenHill. What do you think? What do you like? Let me know. One thing I know is I couldn't climb up that because it smells like trash up there. And when I'm sucking air from climbing, last thing I want to do is suck a bunch of trash smelling air. But it's a really cool design. I would probably try that rock climbing wall once. I may climb it once just to say I climbed it, but it's really cool. It's really neat invention, and it'd be cool to bring some of this to the States. Not so much for the clean energy aspect of it, which I guess is cool too, but just for the architectural and community activity into it, gets people out of the house. That's really nice. I found a cool way for Heejin to come ride a bike with me. They got like this little buggy cart in front of it, so I can pop her in there, and then we can go ride around town together. I wish you could rent one. are on the second excursion for Trafalgar's Denmark Day, and we are in Dragør, and we are doing the Green Hills and Hig experience. So basically the Green Hill part was going to CopenHill and seeing how CopenHill was, and now we stopped and had a traditional Dutch dinner over here at the Dragør Strand Hotel, which is right by the pier. So it was really cool. It was good. It was a good experience. One thing that they do here is when you're in a large group, they make a rice pudding with almonds, and in the big batch they put one solid almond, and it's typical for the host to have a present for the person that finds the complete almond. Unfortunately, I didn't find it, so I don't know what the gift was, so I'll try to figure that out. But let's check out Dragør and the Dragør Strand Hotel, and we're going to go back to the hotel because tomorrow we are going to Norway. It is day 3. We're getting ready to head out to Norway. So we had breakfast in Denmark. We're going to have lunch in Sweden, and we're going to have dinner in Norway. How cool is that? So today's a travel day. It's probably not too much to see, but we're going to go and see everything we can along the way. We're going to go into Sweden via a tunnel bridge, kind of like the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. So I'm pretty excited about that. So let's get going. So we have about a 20-minute ferry ride, and we're going to be in Sweden. So we're going to go check it out. They got a little shop in here, some bathrooms, things like that. So we're going to get at it real quick and see what this ferry has. see any Jamesons, so he's just going to be disappointed. Probably not. Have you ever read Hamlet? If you have, that's the castle from Hamlet. So it's about a 20-minute ferry ride to Sweden. That's Sweden right there. We just left the port about a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago. So about 15 minutes, we'll head to the bus and get everything ready to go. But they're roll-on, roll-off ferries. And I don't know how much it costs, but you can walk on here, you can bike on here. You're driving a car, you can obviously drive that on here too. So an interesting fact about Denmark's coins. They all have a circle in it. And the circle ties back to the Viking history, where the Vikings would take a rope and they would put their coins around that rope because they didn't have wallets, purses, things like that during that time. We have made it to Gothenburg, Sweden, so we're going to go grab some lunch, stretch our legs. We're here for an hour and 20 minutes, so we're going to go around and check out part of Sweden. I did pass an IKEA earlier, so that was pretty cool. And then we're going to grab some lunch. And then off to Oslo, Norway. So we're heading back to the bus. He's found some Hawaiian food, and I got Burger King, so very Swedish-ish. I couldn't find any meatballs, and then she went to her Pandora. And of course, you can't go into a mall without buying something, so she got a shirt too.
It's a nice red shirt.
Yeah, so the bathrooms here are interesting. They're like co-ed. So you go into one place, you have to pay for it, And then you go into one place and they have an arrow above it, and when it's empty or not locked, the light for the arrow is on, pointing to which one's open. Well, I went to one that had an arrow lit and got surprised. So it's not a foolproof system. So you just have to make sure you lock all the way instead of part the way. But we're going to go check out a heart real quick and then get onto the bus and head on to Oslo. So, if you want to know how the bathrooms are in Norway, there's a big hole, and if you miss the hole, there's a little shower head in there that you can just rinse it off. So we're staying at the Scandic Solid in Oslo, Norway. We're going to go check out our room. Here at this hotel, the beds are actually two twin beds pushed together, so there's no way to connect them. So if you find it this way and you need two twins, push the beds apart, very easy. You don't have very much room for closet space. This is your closet, and there is a safe that you can put stuff into, but it's not big enough for a laptop. They do have a lot of charging options. So you got two outlets here, there's another outlet over there, and let's go check out the bathroom. This bathroom is interesting. I'm not the smallest person, but I'm not the biggest person either, and I didn't notice this until I got in the shower today, but there is not that much room to get in between the shower. Like, it was almost rubbing me. So if you're a little bit larger, you may not want to book this hotel because you may not get into the shower. It is insane. So this hotel is cool because it has a laundry room, sort of, but I haven't found very many hotels in Europe that have a laundry room at all. So this one, they have one washer. It is free. The dryer they have in here is free as well. So let's go check it out. Now, for you young people, you may be like, I only see a washing machine. Here's your dryer. you would put your clothes over this and let it air dry. That's how we used to do it in the old days. Hey everybody, we are in Oslo, Norway, and just a little bit of info about Oslo is during the Viking Age, this area is part of an area called Viken. Oslo was founded as a city at the end of the Viking Age at 1040 under the name of Onslow, and established as a trading post in 1048 by Harald Hardrada. The city was elevated to a bishopric in 1070 and the capital under Håkon V of Norway around the year 1300. So a lot of history here. So we just ate dinner for the first time in Norway, and we ate right over there at a place called Sumo because, well, when you come to Norway, your first meal should really be Asian food, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Oslo is the economic and governmental center of Norway, and the city was also the hub of the Norwegian trade, banking, industry, and shipping. It is an important center for maritime industry and maritime trade throughout Europe. Now, Oslo is known as a city of the world, or a global city. It was ranked Beta World City, and studies carried out by the Globalization and World City Study Group in a network in 2008. It is also the home of the Nobel Peace Prize or Nobel Prize awarding ceremony location as well. So we're going to try and get by that today. We're going to be here today, tomorrow, and then we leave the next day to go to Stockholm. So we're going to have plenty of time to come through the city and check out some cool stuff. This little area, every house is just painted different. It's really nice. What do you think? Great. So some other interesting facts about Norway. So Norway produces about 96% of its energy from hydroelectric plants. The rest of it comes from solar and wind turbines. Now, Norway is trying to get everybody to be on electric cars. So they substantially subsidize electric cars. So the car of choice around here are Teslas. Like every third car is a Tesla because they're subsidized so much. But I thought it was pretty cool that 96% of their energy comes from that, especially since they're a huge oil producing company or country. But they don't produce oil for themselves. They don't like to use their own stuff. They like to sell it so they can make all their money. If Norway closed their borders and didn't do any imports or exports, they could live for 150 years off of the money that they have invested because they invest their money versus just spend their money. So that's pretty smart. So basically, Norway, they take the oil money and they invest it. So they have a big portfolio and there's over $1 trillion US in it. And that's what I'm saying. Like there's enough to where they can make every Norwegian a millionaire using Norwegian kronos. So, or basically essentially give everybody $200,000 and they'd still have money left over. So they're not like Dubai rich, but they're pretty dang close. So what they do is they take this money, they invest it, and then they keep on growing on it. And because they're growing off of that money that they got invested, when inflation hits or whatever, or when the currency exchange rate adjusts, they adjust the oil production to keep it balanced so that it doesn't get out of control, so they can keep the value of the oil at the highest level they can. These Norwegian people, they're pretty smart. I wish people in America would think like that. So if you take a cruise into Norway, the cruise terminal is right there. There's a TUI ship in port right now, and you'll come straight forward out and you'll come right to this city center square. It's really cool. A lot of restaurants around here. And there's a Dansk Bank, so you can come over here and get some money if you need to. So when you come down, if you're facing the bank, go to your right. There is an ice cream shop. There's a bakery and pizzeria. There's a Doug's Hamburger right over here by the pier. So it's right across from, or diagonal from the bank. So on the boardwalk, they have some really good ice cream. So just come on down past the lighthouse. It's right by the clock. So if you're looking for some good ice cream, go there. So right behind me, the little boat thing, there's a couple of them there. Looks like you can rent them out. And they got wood stoves in there, I guess for the cold days. But you can go do a plunge. They've been plunging in the water and then going back in and plunging in the water and going back in. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I got enough water in Iceland. Did you have fun making pictures?
Yes, must be nice to have ice cream.
That was a little aggressive. So those little houses, you can drive them. That's pretty cool. One thing that's cool about Oslo is they have a lot of statues all over the place. They've done a lot of work around here to make this area look really cool. I think we're right by one of the cruise ports because there's a gangway over here and a big slip. We're gonna go check it out. But first, check this out. Did you see the statue? If you didn't, go back and look at it. Look for it. It's pretty cool. I'm going to teach you some Norwegian. If you want to say hi or hello, it's hi. If you want to say goodbye, it's hi hi. Now, it is also common, if you want to say hi, you can say hi hi. So you can say hi hi for hi or hi hi for bye. It's kind of like aloha in Hawaii, where aloha means hello and goodbye. So here's some interesting facts about Oslo. One, they have crosswalks, but no crosswalk signals. So as soon as you walk into a crosswalk, car stop. So that's why traffic is horrible in Oslo, because every 5 seconds somebody's stopping for somebody on a bike or walking. Next is there are no public toilets. Make sure you go to the bathroom at the hotel. Third, every statue has a seagull on it. So where Oslo is now isn't where it used to be. This city is burned down 7 times. So they finally moved it away from where it used to be, and the king made it to where stone had to be for every building to prevent it from burning down an 8th time. saw my video on the statue park that we went to, that artist did several hundred statues, not only in that park, but they put them all around the city. And there are a few of them right here by this fountain. So behind me is the Oslo City Hall. Oslo City Hall is important because, well, not only is it the City Hall, but in that building right there, every year the Nobel Peace Prize is awarded. Alright, so the update. Our tour guide told us wrong. So we found a public toilet in the park in front of the palace. And in front of the palace and City Hall, there are crosswalks with lights. Other than that, there's nothing nowhere. Oslo is a relatively small city for being the capital city. So right behind me is the cruise port. Then right over here is the City Hall. Over here is the Nobel Peace Prize Center. And over up on top of the hill right there is the Resistance Museum. There's a little fort up there that's got some units that are still active in there. Their Department of Defense is there, things like that. But I'm walking pretty much from one side of town to the other side of town to go find some souvenirs for Heejin, because she's hanging out at the hotel right now. It's 18 minutes to pretty much walk across town. So not bad at all. If you're here for a couple of days, you can get around relatively easy. They have the electric bikes, the electric scooters, which is pretty cool also. They have a ferry that will take you across the, I don't know what it is because it's in Norwegian, but it's like a little channel, part of the fjord. But they'll take you across over there. You got the cruise ship terminal over here. They also have the world's largest ferry. So it fits 750 cars and goes from Oslo to Germany and back. So there's plenty of transportation options when you come here. So you can take fjord sightseeing cruises for as little as $22 for 50 minutes. They offer a 2-hour option as well. You can do sunset cruises. Those go up to $62 for the most expensive one. So relatively inexpensive considering we're right in the heart of Scandinavia and expensive prices are here in Norway. So the water is so pure here that they have these fountains that you can drink them. The tap water, perfectly fine to drink, and it's not treated because it's just so clean here, and everything's just glacier fed, or it's just pure nature. We went and had dinner yesterday, and the ice cubes were even so clear and just looked totally different than American ice cubes that are kind of foggy and stuff like that. This was just like pure, clear, looked like glass. It was insane. So you're here in Norway, same with Denmark, same for Sweden also. I haven't heard about Finland yet, but when you're in Scandinavia, you can drink the water right from the tap, perfectly fine. So up there behind me is the Resistance Museum. There's some steps that go along right by that orange container. They come down that way. So if you're doing the Resistance Museum and you want to get something to eat afterwards, you're just a short walk away from a bunch of restaurants, ice cream shops, things like that. So if you were watching my bus tour through Oslo, you would have seen this area. It's where we kind of turned around and went back through, and then we went up through the castle. From here, you can get a good view of where some things are at on the other side. So like I mentioned before, if you're going through the castle or the fort, if you're going through the Resistance Museum, you're about a quarter of a mile, maybe half a mile walk to all the restaurants. Okay, so if you can see the big white ship right there, to the left, that's a clock. To the left of that is a lighthouse. Okay. In between there is where Starbucks is. Right next to it is TGI Fridays. They got steakhouse, they got burger place, they got pizza place, all kinds of stuff as you keep walking that way. There's a ice cream shop right there as well. So you got plenty of things to do. And if you want to rent one of those saunas, they're right there by the clock. So if you want to go do that. Now, apparently, they're clothing optional. And apparently, so is the water. So if you want to live free, you can do that here. Well, after about a 20-minute walk, because I stopped and talked, I made it to the Oslo cruise terminal. Well, the old cruise terminal. They've taken the old cruise terminal, turned it into this huge gift shop. So we're going to go check it out. Still looking for Dr. Sheldon Cooper, but I have not been able to find him. But what I have been able to find are some food trucks right over here behind me. So if you're walking around this area where the Nobel Peace Center is, where the cruise ships go out of for the sunset dinners and fjord tours, then you got plenty of options over here. And then down the strip, you got plenty of options as well, like I mentioned before. I'm hoping this name of this boat means something different. So apparently, if you touch bronze enough, it'll rub back to like a gold color. Some people, I don't know what their parents were thinking. But we're about to do an optional excursion where we are going to go through the Oslo Fjord. So we're going to be riding this electric cruise ship all the way through. And that building right there, pretty interesting to me, that is the Opera House. And you can actually walk up the ramps and get to the roof. Let's get going. going to get the true Scandinavian experience. It started to rain. This is the first time we've seen rain in a week of traveling. So about 10 days of traveling, actually. So just going to add to the experience. But I really like that opera house because that thing is fantastic. That's pretty neat, isn't it? You go running around circles on that thing. Run up it and then slide down it. So I just did a check to see how much it would cost to rent one of those for 2 hours and go cruise through the fjord. It is 42 NOK, which works out to $393 for 2 hours. You can fit up to 10 people in that. So you're looking at about 30 bucks split up between 10 people. So not too bad for 2 hours. You can sit in the sauna and go through the fjord.
For a swim in the lake.
Or you could go for a swim in the water. It's not a lake, it's a fjord.
Okay, still cold water. But dip in the water, go to the sauna, dip in the water. It's like, what is it? Ice bath. But cold, you know, when you're going from cold to hot to cold. I don't know. I'm confused.
Does anybody see ice out there? Our excursion is to come up into the mountains and get a beautiful view of the fjord and check out the ski lift from the Olympics. Let's check out this view. So when the Olympics were here in Oslo, they built this specifically for the Olympics. So that little white thing right there, that's the lift or the jump. And then this whole space right here is where they would land at. So it's pretty big. Let's check it out. Not bad for being built in 1952, huh? So you'll find a lot of people are running around it, and there's a lot of people actually running the stairs. They're not doing this one, they're doing those over there, but still quite impressive. We just visited the Vigeland Park, and it's named after an artist named Vigeland. And there's over 200 sculptures here with granite, bronze, and iron. So we're about to go check it out and see what it's about. I was told by our tour guide that all these statues were done in nude so that they would be timeless and not be done in 20s and 30s attire that would not be desired to look at here in 2024. So if that is something that's going to bother you, then just like and subscribe, and then go find one of my other videos. you think of this park? What do you think of the arts? What's your favorite piece? It's interesting because you can look at some of these pieces and come up with 2 or 3 possibilities of what the interpretation should be. So it's pretty interesting. A little weird, but pretty interesting. It is day 5 of Trafalgar's 10-day Scandinavian capital tour, and we're going to be enjoying a scenic drive today. We're driving to Stockholm, so we're going to be going past the largest lake in Sweden called Lake Vänern, maybe? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out the symbols over the letters. But we're going to be also stopping for lunch in the countryside, and we're going to be visiting a husband and wife team, Nicholas and Anna, and we're going to be going to their century-old church. They're going to explain their philosophy of using local produce to delight all of our senses. Then we're going to be off to Stockholm, and we're going to be able to enjoy Stockholm. Hopefully today the weather will be nice. It's raining right now, but we're going to be going to the first ice bar in the world, and that's a fantastic way to end the day because today is Heejen's birthday. So Heejen gets to spend her birthday in Norway and Sweden, and we'll finish it off with some different types of alcohol. And as a birthday present to her, I will not be recording her facial expressions like I have been. So happy birthday, Heejen. So we have made it to Stockholm. We are doing the cool capital excursion with Trafalgar. So we're up here checking out the coolest view of the city, and then we're going to go to the first ice bar in the world. So if you're interested in Stockholm and drinking alcohol out of ice blocked cups in 19-degree weather, then stay tuned. No, don't smell it, just chug it.
It smells sweet.
Just chug it.
Did you go for a walk, get some mileage in?
Oh, thanks for telling me. Alright, well, let's see what we got. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's apple.
Oh, that is sweet.
I don't know what the problem is. I'm just more manly than you.
I hope so.
I hope so too. So it is August 15th. It is Heejen's birthday today. We have just made it into Sweden. We just crossed the border about 2 kilometers ago. So we are at the shopping center to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to take Heejen to the candy shop. We'll see how this stop goes. It's pretty nice. Apparently the Norwegians come over here to Sweden because it's cheaper because of the currency exchange, and then the Swedes go into Norway to work because they get a higher wage. So I guess it's a tit for tat. I'm in a store called Eurocash, and it is a grocery store. I've never been to a Swedish grocery store, and let's go check it out. It's like a one-way stop. You can only go like in a U. The aisles don't go this way all the way. So it looks like it's set up like an American grocery store where all the healthy stuff is on the outside and all the other stuff is in the middle. So I'm trying to find the middle stuff. It's a long trip. All this candy and no Swedish fish. Alright, so no Swedish fish, but I'm gonna go meet Heejin in the candy shop and see if they got some Swedish fish there. So we'll see. I'm hungry, so I might hit Burger King. Get something for the bus. I don't know. We'll figure it out. They said no hot food on the bus. But it's Burger King, so I doubt it's gonna come in hot anyway. So you see how it says 9-21? A lot of the stores here have those numbers. That's what time it opens. It's open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for 2100. This is insane. It's set up like a produce section, but it's just candy instead of fruit and vegetables. Swedish fish, but they don't call them Swedish fish. They call them pastelfisk. So, and then silling pastelfisk. So, just so you know, if you come to Sweden, don't look for Swedish fish. You won't find them. So, what do you think about the candy shop?
Diabetic coma.
Diabetic coma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not the beef jerky part, but.
If I could read it to see what it was, I would have bought more.
Yeah.
But I couldn't, so I kind of grabbed what I could read.
Yes, and it's interesting though that Swedish fish is not Swedish fish in Sweden. Fishy, 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 fishy. So, and I got the most Swedish candy around, Pringles original. So, well, we got
Swedish lemon candy for Ethan.
Okay.
And some other half chocolate ball thing. I don't know what it is. It's
right.
just red chocolate.
Well, we got 2 more hours to our next stop, so see you there. We have been in Sweden for about an hour and a half now. We did a quick stop because we're about an hour from our experience with a local for lunch. So they only have 2 bathrooms, so we stopped off here so that the majority of everybody could use the bathrooms without tying up at our lunch stops. Back on the bus. We just got to our Be My Guest lunch, where husband and wife team Nicholas and Anna will welcome us to a wonderful lunch. Now, this building behind us is over 100 years old, and they purchased it in 2020 and renovated it and turned it into this restaurant. Now, Nicholas is a multi-award winning chef. He's even been in the Chef Olympics here in Sweden. So I'm looking forward to what we're going to eat. So let's go check out this awesome opportunity. We have just arrived in Stockholm. We're doing our first excursion and we're hitting the ice bar before going to dinner. So it's 19.4 degrees inside. We get a little parka that we got to wear. We get a drink and we're going to go have some fun. So let's go check out this place. I heard it's really cool. how cool is it that they can get these designs inside of glass? That's pretty awesome. Happy birthday.
That's a text from my wife. I remember that guy.
You good? I'm giving you credit because it's in ice, so it's not as easy to sip. What do you think? She got the Anchorage, I got the Abisko.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
She hasn't bent over and left the camera frame yet. That's a start. Maybe with her old age now, she's gotten a tolerance to alcohol. And maybe I'll be sleeping on the floor. Happy birthday, baby.
Happy birthday. You can have mine.
Oh, bye. So what did you think about the ice bar?
I'm trying to compare it to one in Alaska. It's not as cold. It's a lot smaller, definitely.
Yeah, this is a little ice bar. It's still pretty nice.
Yeah.
The sculptures were nice.
Yeah.
I liked it. Drinks were all right. In the other one, it was just a set drink. So this one, you got different drinks. So that was
I liked the martini glass better because you could drink it easier.
yeah, so you can chug it.
Yeah, you can chug it.
If you ever come to Sweden, to Stockholm, you can hit the ice bar up. It's the first one in the world. So often imitated, but never duplicated. Until next time, I'll see you next trip. So welcome to the Trafalgar 10-day Scandinavian Capital Tour. We are in Stockholm, Sweden, and today is day 6. And we're just really excited because we're going to go drive around Stockholm. We did a little bit yesterday, and then we're going to go to the Maritime Museum and see the Vasa. The Vasa is a warship that sank after about 15 minutes afloat. It sat at the bottom of the water for over 300 years, and then they raised it in almost perfect condition because of the water conditions. So that'd be pretty cool. So let's go check out Stockholm, Sweden. welcome to the City Hall of Stockholm. So this is 110 years old. It is also the location of the Nobel Prize dinner and banquet. So they will all come through a door over there. They will go into the second story. They will come in through the blue hall, which we'll see. They'll come down, they'll eat their dinner on their nice china with gold-plated silverware, and then they'll go into the gold room where they'll have the dance, and the rest of the banquet will be there. So let's go check out the City Hall. This Golden Hall is where the Nobel dinner used to take place, but it got so big they had to go out to that other hall that we were just at. Well, now they do the ball here, so they'll go down, they'll eat, they'll come up here and dance. So as you can see, there's a bunch of three-dimensional cutouts here. The brick was actually laid and then they were chiseled out to make this, so it took even longer to build this because the bricks were bigger than what you see now because everything was chiseled out. we're about to start the optional experience of Maritime Stockholm. We're going to go walk along the seawall for a little bit, and then we're going to go check out the Maritime Museum. So let's go check out Maritime Stockholm. How cool is that? That boat that they were working on, that old one, it's over 200 years old, and they're going to build a replica from scratch. So that building that we were right by, it's a school that teaches people how to do shipbuilding the way the Nordics used to do it. So if you see that blue amusement park ride, then to the right is a crane that looks like a giraffe. Right where that opening's at, where that boat is right now, that's where they found the Vasa. They couldn't find it because when it sank, they pulled all the cannons off of it, and then the king had them take down the masts. So the masts were brought down, so it's below water. And it wasn't until 333 years later that somebody heard the story about the Vasa and started looking, and then they found it. So we're going to see that here in a little bit. 98% of what we see is original, so pretty cool. The Vasa was originally supposed to just be one deck gun or gun deck, but the king of Sweden had an enemy, his cousin, the king of Poland, and the King of Poland had a double-decker cannon. So the King of Sweden called up the shipyards, like, give me another one. Well, they never built anything like that before. So they, if you notice, the bottom cannon deck, the portholes are bigger than the top. So they put 24-pound cannons at the bottom and 12 at the top. Well, somebody put the heavier cannons at the top and the lighter ones on the bottom, and they knew that was unstable, but nobody wanted to tell the king because they didn't want to disappoint him. So the ship sunk. I think that was probably a bigger disappointment. % of what you're seeing is original, and what makes it even more phenomenal is if you look at the architecture of the designs on the portholes and throughout the top deck, for it to not have rotted away even just from being wet is phenomenal. I mean, like, look at this. Amazing is that stayed intact for over 300 years. The ship was built in the 1600s, and so we're 400 years old now. This museum is really cool because you can go on the ground level, this first cannon deck level, and then you can go up another flight and be right at the top of the ship. This ship is so huge, it's impossible to get it all captured into one photo. It's just amazing how they could build stuff like this back in that time frame. They have a vantage point that we're going to go check out. You can see it long-wise. They don't have one that you can see horizontal, but this will give you a good idea of how big the ship really is. you an idea of how big the ship is, I'm on a raised platform and I'm still not as tall as that beam right there for the first cross member. So from this vantage point, you can see from adults walking in front of it how small they look compared to how massive the ship is. And this video and pictures are not going to do it justice. It's insane. It's probably like the length of a football field, maybe longer. It will definitely be longer if you include the front part right there. But it's 40 feet tall or so. I mean, it's huge. It's huge. Another cool thing about this museum is they have plenty of places to sit in unique spaces. So I've seen people sitting here eating, seen people sitting here sketching the boat, taking pictures, just sitting back and looking at how amazing it is. It's a really good museum, especially since it's just a ship. I really recommend that if you're in Stockholm, you come check it out. You won't be disappointed. This is the Vasa's longboat, and it was preserved just as well as the Vasa. So this would be either rowed or sailed, and it usually was used for communication between ships. Check out how massive this keel is. So I pulled up the demographics for the spared part of the Vasa. So the spared length was 69 meters or 226 feet, and that's an estimate. So it's between the perpendiculars is 156 feet, the beam is 11.7 meters or 38 feet, and the height is 52.5 meters or 172 feet from keel to main mast trunk. And that's an estimated height. Pretty big. Did you see how long that line is? It's 11:48 on a Friday. Group, individual. So I really recommend you try and come in here with a group, or like right when they first open. This is the dry dock. So just to give you an idea of how high the water was, when you look at the ship would have been like right in here as a dry dock. Pretty cool how they incorporated the dry dock into the museum. So if you see behind me, you see that right there? Those are fake masts. They go behind that structure, but that's to give you an idea of how tall that ship was. So from inside to the roof, and then you go up that amount, that gives you the total height of the Vasa. So that concludes our time at the Vasa Museum. What'd you think? It's pretty impressive, right? Well, if you have any questions about it, let me know, and then I'll see you next time on the next trip. It is day 7, and we are embarking on our optional experience of Drottningham, Fika, and more. So we're at Drottningham Palace, where the Swedish king and king live. We're going to go through the gardens, and then we're going to have Fika. So I know you probably don't know what Fika is, but I'm going to explain that to you in just a little bit. But let's go check out the gardens. here in the gardens, this is actually a theater. So they put seats in these rocked areas, and then up there at the top is the stage. So they would perform shows up there. People will watch them here right in the center of the gardens. So this is the place where the king and queen live. They moved from city center to here because at the point they had 3 kids and nowhere for them to play. So the queen told them that we need to come out here to the summer palace and make it a residence. So over here where the dome is at, they spent $1 million to renovate that area because it was originally the kitchen. So they live in 20 rooms. So they went from 1,400 rooms to 20 rooms of this palace is just their personal residence. And there's only 2 housekeepers that keep this whole palace clean. It's pretty crazy. So this area is a UNESCO World Heritage Site for 3 reasons. 1, the garden. 2, that Chinese pavilion that we saw earlier. And 3, that building right there. It is the oldest operational theater in the world. Dates back to 1766. So it's completely made out of wood. And when they have a show there, they park fire trucks here just for safety purposes.
På axeln, vänd. Adeln, framåt. Man.
We're getting ready to do fika. Fika is like a fancy word for coffee break. They found that there's a lot of accidents at work around 9 to 10 o'clock and around 3 o'clock. So around 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock every day, they take a 15-minute fika or coffee break. So we're about to experience that. Now, when it comes to fika, if somebody invites you to fika, it's considered rude or impolite to decline it. And it's known that if you decline two, then it means you don't like that person, and that person will never ask you for a fika again. And when you're in the office, a lot of offices, they rotate around to who brings in the brownies, but the office will always provide the coffee or the tea. Fika. It's really good. Fika. One thing that's cool is they made a gluten-free brownie for Hesian, so she can have fika too, because usually it's a pastry of some type, so having a gluten-free option's really hard, but they went out of their way and got it, so thank you, Trafalgar, for doing that. How is it? Happy fika. This palace dates back into the early 1600s, and even today, they still don't have AC. Look at all the open windows. Well, that concludes our time at this optional experience. We're going to be heading into town. We're going to have about 3 hours to walk around before getting onto the bus to head to the ferry. And we're going to do an overnight ferry from Stockholm to Helsinki. So we'll go to sleep in Sweden, and we're going to wake up in Finland. So until next time, I'll see you next trip. So all these people that you see here are real people. In honor of the employees that helped build the station, the architect put a projector up in different positions and drew their silhouettes. So this is the silhouettes of actual people that in the 70s built this station. So we've made it to the last station. So you'll see green, white, and red. So the green is supposed to be for the gardens. The white is for the sky. And the red is for the red gravel they used in the gardens. And if you hear that click, 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 that's to help blind people know where to go because it's the end of the station. So they know how to get to the exit. Just arrived at the Stockholm port. We're getting ready to get on the ferry. We're taking a ferry all the way to Helsinki overnight. The ferry is like a regular cruise ship. It fits almost 3,000 passengers, has over 900 cabins. It can fit over 450 vehicles or 60 coach buses. So it's going to be pretty big. They have a buffet, Italian, sushi, a couple of steakhouses, things like that. They even do nightly entertainment as well, just like a regular cruise ship. So pretty excited to see this because it's not like a regular ferry. So let's go check it out. We have made it to our cabin, and well, this is like a cruise ship, but it's not a cruise ship. So this is our I don't know how we're both going to fit on that bed. Wait, there's a bunk bed there.
And there.
Oh, wait, there's a bunk bed there. Oh, wait, there we go. So we can fit 4. So party tonight in cabin 9175. Let's go check out that bathroom, though. Stinks. I love the 1970s pinkish tile. It's pretty nice. But at least we have a shower in our own bathroom. We're not sharing, although it does smell in there. So we're on the ferry going from Stockholm, Sweden to Helsinki, Finland. And this is a ferry. And I kind of like this better than the Virgin ship that we were on because it's so open and airy.
Yeah.
And it was cool if you see behind me the lights twinkling. It's to simulate the Northern Lights. So, but you got sushi, you got a pub, you got a steakhouse, you got a seafood place, you've got a buffet, you've got gift shops, you got casino, you have nightly entertainment.
I think they got a hot tub too.
You got, they have a hot tub?
I think on the brochure I saw a hot tub.
Ooh. Oh.
Nobody sheets.
But this is Europe, so maybe you don't need them. We'll have to find out. on the ship looking at the duty free. And he's just like, ooh, look at the heart. I'm like, that's not a heart, that's a spade. She's like, well, it's a heart upside down. Hey, babe. You want some Jameson? If you were wondering what that comment was about, check out my Blarney trip video. And you're gonna laugh, and then you're gonna think about it. Hey, do you want some Jägermeister? So I highly recommend that while you're here, you do not use the slot machines because they will only, even if you have, let's say, $1.30 in there, they'll only print out $1. They keep the change. This is a way for them to keep putting money in there so you can try and get it to where you're in an even dollar, or you're gonna leave money on the machine. Stupid. What a night. It was insane. If you ride this ferry, make sure you get a cabin midship or aft, because we're at 9 forward and 8 forward is stupid nightclub. So until 2:45 in the morning, so no sleep. And then it's vibrating so much, it was like sitting in one of those vibrating massaging chairs all night. So just a couple things to note about the buffet. They have 2 seatings in the afternoon, 4:30 and 7:30 for dinner. It's a madhouse. If you do not like crowds, don't go there. It's also, for 2 people, 99 euros, so about 118 bucks for some garbage food. Everything was cold, it was tasteless, it was nasty, and then the hassle you had to deal with it, definitely not worth it. In the morning, breakfast is at 7:30, and everybody and their cousin comes out, and it's the exact same thing. Now, if you do want to try the buffet, then I suggest that you wait about 15 minutes after the serving time to show up, because then, just maybe, most of the crowd will go through and you won't have to deal with Black Friday shopping when Walmart first opens their doors. Another pro tip, if you're booking this on your own, do not book forward because of that nightclub. If you're coming with a travel agency and you know you're going to be on this ship, make sure you tell them that you do not want to be forward so they can try and get you a room not forward. What's pretty cool also is they have 3 hot tubs, and then for the kids they have this little water slide thing, so there's things to do in there if it's cold outside or whatever, just to stay entertained and relaxed. So make sure you bring your bathing suit. Just got to Helsinki.
Read it when we have
day
a
8,
stop.
and we are in the
Okay,
pit
let's see what is special.
are staying in the Holiday Inn Central in Helsinki. This is our last hotel for the 10-day Trafalgar tour. It's probably got the best bathroom options that we've had. It's actually pretty big. So the other thing you gotta get used to in Europe is if your spouse or significant other likes to take your sheets, you're gonna be safe because, well, my feet will not get messed up with today.
You took the covers.
I don't take the
Yes,
covers.
you do.
I get hot and pull that stuff off of me. So anyway, we'll go check out the rest of the hotel. So if you're coming to Helsinki, you might want to look at the Holiday Inn Central because the train station is right there. The bus station is right there. So, and you can take the train right to the airport. So let's go check out the hotel and see what it's got to offer. So here they have a big tablet that's touchscreen that will show you things about the hotel. It will give you events around the hotel. It will tell you recommendations for things to see, gives you maps and directions. You get flight information, weather information on here. So very, very informative. So, interesting fact, the word sauna is actually Finnish. There are 5 million people in Finland. There are over 300,000 saunas in Finland. They love their saunas. have made it to the Fazer chocolate factory. They're the biggest chocolate company out here in Scandinavia or the Nordic areas. So we're going to tour the chocolate house. And I told Hazen that if we find an Oompa Loompa, I'll give her some money. So they just had us put some blocks together. I guess they're weighted differently or whatnot. And then you put it on this machine, you push a button and it'll tell you how healthy it is. So I guess I did good because I got the green smiley face. Of course, there's stuff on there I wouldn't eat, but I knew the game and I played it. We'll try some boulevard. Like bread with like lemon texture, taste to it. Pretty good. So this bunny behind me, it's actually made out of real eggs. Where they get the eggs for the bread and stuff here at the factory, they put a small hole in it, they drain the yolk, then they clean out the inside of the egg, and they bring it here, and they fill it full of nougat and chocolate. That's it hard. They sell this during Easter time only. They make over 1 million of this. A team of 9 people will make over 1 million of these eggs. This egg right here, or this bunny right here, and that egg, guess how many eggs there are in this? This is real eggs. And guess how much it weighs? I'll give you a second. We'll go around to the front. See if you come up with a guess. All right, so there is 9,320 eggs right there. Now, the weight, 100 kilos. So I don't know what a kilo weighs compared to a pound. You can do the conversion, Google it. But 100 kilos of empty eggs, 9,320 eggs. And what kind of tour would be good if it didn't end in the gift shop? So let's go check out the gift shop. It is day 9. We are on our last day on our 10-day tour. And if you aren't doing the optional experience, you get to spend the day in Helsinki at leisure. But we're doing the optional experience, which is going to Estonia for the day. So we're supposed to leave here in about 20 minutes and go take a 20-minute ride to the ferry terminal, take a 2-hour ferry ride to Estonia, be in Estonia until about 4, and then head on back. We're having dinner on the ferry through the buffet. We'll be back at the hotel about 9 p.m. Got finished packing up because we have to be on the bus tomorrow at 7:45 to head to the airport. So it's really a 9-day tour and a wake up, but they're calling it a 10-day tour because technically it's 10 days. Let's get going to Estonia. I've heard nothing but good things from anybody that's been there, so I'm pretty excited to see it. We have made it to the ferry terminal. We're going to take the ferry. It's 2 hours to Estonia. Let's go check out this ferry. It's huge. Check it out. So if you're traveling from Helsinki to Estonia to Tallinn, and you take the Finlandia, then you're going to have a cafe on deck 8 in the aft. On deck 8, you have several bars. You have the casino. You have a pop-up shop. There's a lot of seating areas around deck 8, deck 7, where the bar drops down. So you have some seating areas there, but it's rather limited. So you want to try and be on here first. Now, what's cool is if you're sitting at these bars like behind me, they have USB and Euro plugs right there, so you can plug in your electronics and charge it. There's a kids play area in the cafe on deck 8 as well. Now, it does look like they do bingo on here. They have a stage, so I don't know if they have performers. And then if you're traveling, it's a 2-hour tour or ferry ride, and you don't want to carry your luggage, they do have luggage lockers that you can rent as well. So we're at a park that they do music festivals every 5 years at. They have over 30,000 choir singers will sit into that pavilion, and then the green space is where everybody would come and listen to them. And it's been going on for over 100 years, every 5 years. It's pretty big. 30,000 choir singers, that's a lot. Famous people like Lady Gaga, Michael Jackson, Tina Turner. This is a bunch of musicians. Whenever they come to Estonia, they sing here in Tallinn at that pavilion. So our tour guide was saying when she was younger, they had over 400,000 people in this area here. She was over by that tower right there. They're all pretty much like this, listening to music, singing, and listening to speeches to protest the Soviet Union. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a ferry coming across. But she said that there was Soviet Union warships out there and stuff like that. We're not too far away from the Iron Curtain. So it's pretty interesting just to think about how the Soviet Union was here. She said they didn't even start talking about the Soviet Union here in school until the 90s, because the Soviet Union wouldn't let them. can't have a film museum without the red carpet. That's pretty interesting. I've never seen Soviet era monuments before. Mark that off the list. So we are in Old Town Tallinn, and right over here is where the human change that went all the way to Lithuania started. And they were afraid that Russia was going to, the Soviet Union was going to come in, so they put 3 stones there to kind of block it from them being able to run tanks to where the human change started. Now, Tallinn is broken down into Danish fortress, and when they put the word together, it came up with Tallinn. So behind me is the fortress. If you look way over there, you see the concrete right there? That's where the fortress actually starts. But the pink building is part of the fortress. And it actually has the Denmark coat of arms right there. gate behind me is part of the old wall that went around the town. It dates back to like the 1400s. So when the guards got off of guard duty, they'd pop on over here to the McDonald's and grab something to eat, get a little Happy Meal, and then go back to guard duty. For the royalty and nobles here in Tallinn, Estonia, when they got hungry, they go over to Burger King. But Tallinn is such a cool little town. It has a medieval vibe to it. You've got the gate right here. The wall surrounds the old town. So we're gonna go walk it for a little bit, but there's actually people walking around in their medieval garb around town, handing out flyers, things like that. We had lunch at a restaurant that they served us medieval type food. They didn't even have soda because soda wasn't around in medieval times. And then they talk to you in medieval times. So it's kind of like going to medieval times without the horse show, but a better menu. concludes our time in historic Tallinn, Estonia. If you have any questions about it, let me know. I'll be more than happy to answer them. Until next time, I'll see you next trip. It is day 10 or morning 10 of the 10-day Trafalgar Capitals of Scandinavia tour. We're going to head downstairs and catch the shuttle to the airport. And that will conclude our time here in Scandinavia, or at least the Nordic countries, because Finland isn't part of, and Estonia is not part of Scandinavia. They're Nordic. So let me know if you have any questions about this tour. We'll do a synopsis of in a separate video, going by each day, each hotel, each itinerary that we did, giving you our thoughts on what excursions or optional experiences to take or not take, and go from there. So again, if you have any questions, let me know. Until next time, I'll see you next trip. We have made it to Helsinki International Airport. So now we gotta go find our way to turn in our bags. But this is a very modern looking airport, so let's go check it out.
The rhythm of the violent breeze.